everyone. I hope you are doing well. It looks like today we get to start with a weird Marty Sears puzzle, so I am looking forward to that. I think I said this last time because I think it was true last time, but I lose track. Drop is officially posted. My most recent puzzle that I said on stream is officially posted on LMD. So if you want to do that, by all means. It has been quite well received, actually, so I'm always happy with that. It's a little hard to tell how well a puzzle is received by like the percent. I think the best way to judge how well a puzzle is received is how many comments it's gotten, and I got a lot of comments. So, and the comments weren't of the form, "What the hell did you mean by this rule? This line in the rules?" Okay, so as always, we're starting with the most voted for puzzle in the bucket. In that case, that is this puzzle. So this puzzle was voted for by David Dorlier J. J. Dyer, I should specify, since we have a lot of J's. Russ, Nell, Luda, and Paul Fly. So thank you all for your support. Let's go ahead and have a look at this. So we need to fill the grid with the digits 1 through 9 so that no digits repeat in a row, column, or 3x3 region. 12 3x3 regions have been squished into the grid. A digit on a dashed line is simultaneously in both regions. So this is a 3x3 region, and this is also a 3x3 region. This is appropriate because we just did a puzzle like this not very long ago. Like last stream at the end, we did a puzzle with a similar rule set. And then we've got a bunch of different kinds of lines. So we have this same difference line. So every pair of digits along the line have to have the same difference. Nabner lines are in yellow, so these have to have no repeated digits and no consecutive digits. These are entropic lines, so this needs to be 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 7, 8, 9, but in any order. And this is a zipper line. So this digit is the sum of these two. This digit is the sum of these two. So these are really just arrows. In fact, with the circle being there even. And then this one says these two sum to the center digit, and these two also sum to the center digit. Alrighty, so let's figure out what exactly is happening in terms of my sort of overlap of these regions, right? So there's some like quasi-set thing happening, I guess. Although I don't think it's quite as simple. I thought originally it was going to be that we were going to have some sort of like roping thing, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. But what I'm thinking is like this is a set of the digits 1 through 9, and this is a set of the digits 1 through 9. So you can sort of delete this out of the middle and get that sort of these digits are all the same as these digits, but I don't think that really does anything immediately, unfortunately. Very tragically. Yeah, I don't immediately know what to do with it. Maybe I should think about what the difference is on the same difference line. It's got to be 1 or 2 are the only options, right? Because I need to either go up or down by 1 or up or down by 2 when I have a 4 long thing. So that is, yeah, so I don't know that that does anything immediately, but it is of note. Let's see. These two digits are not consecutive or the same. Let's see. Jim wants to do the same thing on the right. So the that, and so then on the right, if I make this green and this red, then we can sort of delete those. Hey, Josh, welcome. And so the green digits are the same as the red digits. The yellow digits are the same as the blue digits. Oops. Still don't quite see what to do with that, though. Oh, Tristan says Jim meant to do it here. The green there doesn't have super high contrast. Let's do the purple. And the green over here. And so then you can take out the green and the purple from this. And so the greens are the same as the purples, and the blues are the same as the yellows. I don't really see what to do with this. I suspect there's probably some sort of combinatorial thing I'm supposed to say about this. Yeah, I can't figure out what I'm supposed to get out of this. Jay makes an interesting point about the fact that these three are either all the same as these three or they're all different from these three because of the way a same difference line works. So that does make sort of this combination of cells roped regardless. So either these three cells are either these three cells or they're these three cells. What on earth is that going to do? But that does feel like the point that I'm supposed to dig into here. So I guess in those two universes, it's that these two are the same, or these two are the same. Those are the two options. But I don't quite see what to do with that. Let's see. Selena says this has something to do with, quote, the Nabner. But I'm not sure which Nabner is the Nabner in this instance. Let's see. If these numbers are all different, then this is just a length 8 Renbon. Oh, that just doesn't work, right? Oh, no, sorry. It would be a length 7 Renbon. Sorry, this is length 7. So if these are all different, then it makes these two either a 1-2 pair or an 8-9 pair, just because it would see the entirety of this string. Unfortunately, that being a 1-2 pair or an 8-9 pair doesn't immediately feel like a problem to me. So okay, let's try and do Selena's point here of if I take that's, of course, 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. So that is 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. Yep, that does it. So so this is 1 set of the digits 1 through 9, but this is also 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. And so that means that, in fact, if you remove this commonality, that these are the same. And so that does indeed mean the difference is 2, because these 3 cells end up on the Nabner. And so if the difference was 1, that wouldn't work. Which also, for the record, means that these 3 are the same as the... So I guess I should just go ahead and say, okay, these digits are yellow. And then by J. Dyer's point, those digits are also yellow. And so these digits are also yellow. Like that. And so those digits are also yellow, I think, right? Trying to be careful here. Yes, those digits are also yellow by looking at sort of the middle band. So I don't think I know where yellow is in column 2, do I? It was extended to column 3 by your argument, J. Dyer, which was that these 3, because the difference is 2 and not 1, these have to be identical because of the same difference line. Is that not right? I think as soon as the difference is 2, it has to pivot at this point, because I can't write down 7 numbers that differ by 2 without repeating. Let's see. Although Emma asked, don't only 2 of the numbers end up on the Nabner, which is true. So there's actually one more step to Selena's argument, which is that this digit definitely goes on the Nabner, because and this digit is the middle of these. So it does work. The argument does work, but it's because that digit looks over there. Let's see. Okay. And so in particular, if I want even, these 2 digits are the same, these 2 digits are the same, and these 2 digits are the same. Let's see, but I don't think I can extend it any further. But I can certainly like do more stripes if I want. Like, for example, these 3 cells, if I sort of continue up here, those 3 cells definitely go there in this box, because they're definitely not yellow, and so they go there in that box. And in this box, they definitely go there. And so in this box, they definitely go there. Let's see. And so then there's sort of 3 more cells left. And so, like, if I make those purple, then those are purple, and those are purple, and these are purple, and these are purple. So I've got all of that. So, so the purple digits are 1 of 1, 2, 3, 1 of 4, 5, 6, and 1 of 7, 8, 9. The yellow digits are 3 numbers that each differ by 2. So like 1, 3, 5, or et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, we could just make this orange just for the sake of keeping track of it. That seems smart, actually. So we know that those are entropic. these are also on a same difference line. They can't be JLib because of this cell. And yes, the entropic set is also same differenced. That's true. So the difference here basically has to be, it could be 3 or 4. So these are either 1, 5, 9, or the difference is 3, and they could be anything. Oh, the difference could even be 2, Jennifer points out, because it could be 3, 5, 7. But it is true that 2 of these orange numbers do end up on a zipper together. So the lowest 2, I guess, yeah, the even if it's 3, 6, 9, yeah, then it's still it still works fine. Actually, sorry, it being 3, 6, 9 doesn't work, because if it's 3, 6, 9, then that's a 9 and that's a 9. Uh, that is true, Selena points out. We actually know these 4 cells all have the same parity. And so, therefore, if I am not careful, I'm going to cause a problem with the fact that these also have the same difference. Let's see. So if that parity is even, for example, okay, so J. Dyer has a good point. Because all of these have the same parity, that means this cell's definitely even. I like that. And it's not a 2. I will also add that. Yeah, it seems unlikely that it's going to be a 2. So this cell's definitely even. And so if the yellows are all even, and this is either got to be... I don't think this can be 6, actually, because the only way this would be 6 is if these were 2, 4. But if these are 2, 4, that's 6, because of the fact that they're on this line, right? If 2 and 4 are on this line, then 6 is definitely the third thing here. So I don't think this can be 6. So in fact, that actually tells me that the yellows are actually odd. Oh, could it be 1, 5 is 6? Because these would be 1 and 5, and that would be 3. Well, I think what it's telling me in any event is that these are odd, right? Because there's no... Oh, it could be 2, 6, 8. That seems... Sorry, it would have to be 2, 6, 8, I think. 2, 6, 8. So if those are 2, 6, 8, then 2 and 6 are on this line. And that would have to be 2, 6, 4. So 2, 4, 6, that would be 8. This would be 2, 4, 6 again. Yeah, I think you're right, unfortunately. 1, 5 here would make these 1, 3, 5. That would be a 7. Let's see. This puzzle's pretty messy. Let's see. So we do have the 2 oranges that we have to keep in mind. We need to sort of like add them up to that. And so like the 3, 6, 9 combination doesn't work, as we noted before. Like I do feel like we're kind of supposed to just like try all the possibilities, because like 3, 6, 9 doesn't work. So okay, so yeah, so do any of the differences of 3 work is the question. So orange has a difference of 2, 4, or sorry, 2, 3, or 4. So the question is, can any of the differences of 3 work? So we've already argued 3, 6, 9 doesn't work. 2, 5, 8. 2, 5, 8 has the problem that it would force yellow to be odd without a 5, which does not work, because these are 3 consecutive odds, and you'd need a 5 and 3 consecutive odds. So 2, 5, 8 we can rule out. 1, 4, 7 would force these to be oh, right, it's 4 consecutive. So yeah, so it's 4 consecutive. So that would force these to be odd, but they'd be 4 consecutive. Right. That just breaks the column. Yeah, so that doesn't work. Okay, so all the differences of 3 are broken. Okay, so 3 cases down. Okay, so now we've got to do all the difference of 2 cases. The difference of 2 cases, I think the only one is 3, 5, 7, right? Because they need to be entropic, and my difference of 2 certainly can't be better than 3, 5, 7. So 3, 5, 7 would make these 2, 4, 6, 8. So that seems okay. So this is 3, 5, 7, or 1, 5, 9 would be the one way it would have to work with a difference of 4. So that tells me there's a 5 here. But in particular, all of these are odd. So that means that this is all even. So that is 2, 8. These are 4, 6. This is the other 2, 8. So yeah, so my yellows are definitely even. And so my sum of 2 evens, so yeah, so now we have to sort of force this. So the sum of 2 evens isn't going to be 4. And so the sum of these two, these are 2 evens. And so it can either be 2, 6 to 8 or 2, 4 to 6. But 2, 4 to 6 doesn't work is the point. 2, 4 to 6 is a problem because 6... Dog says it more elegantly than I was saying it. I was saying it as slightly more look ahead, but 6 is definitely yellow because of this 4, 6 pair. So this digit is an 8. Jesus Christ. So we get to do our 8 dance. Ba-boop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wow! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wow! Okay, so that makes this an 8, 6, 4, 2. Because of that. And so that is 6 and 2, which makes that a 4. So we've got all of that happening. These two are both odd. I do know that this digit's definitely even, whatever it is. Oh, it's not 2. So, but it could be 4, I believe. Although, sorry, no. Well, if it was a 4, that would make both of these 1, 3, which doesn't work because these digits and these digits are different. So it can't be 4, actually, because of the sudoku thing. So these are either 1, 5, uh, uh, yeah, it can't be 1, 7 because 1 and 7 don't go together. Because remember, this is either 1, 5, 9 or 3, 5, 7. And so if I'm going to sum to 6 or 8, I either have to be 1, 5 or 3, 5. So in particular, that means this digit isn't a 5 at least. And so as Jaleb points out, in the case that this is 1, 5, 9, you use the 1 and the 5 and it's the 9 left over. And in the case that this is 3, 5, 7, you use the 3 and the 5 and this is the 7 left over. So this is always a 7 or a 9, and these are never 7 or 9. So we've got all of that for whatever that is worth. Okay. So, yes. Okay. So, yes, the orange digits, the middle orange digit is always 5, J. Dyer points out. And so these are 1, 3, 7, 9. So this is if you want 7 or 9. Let's see. So this I know is, I'm going to actually write 2, 4, 6 here just so I can think about what's happening on this line. So this has to be odd because if this is even, this would need to be even. Oh, sorry. This just needs to be odd because every orange digit is odd, is another way to say it. And so therefore this goes even, odd, even, which makes this an even, but the only even digit in green is 8. So we get that piece at least. So we could go 8, 7, 6. We could go 8, 5, 2. In no instance is this a 4 because that would make the middle digit even. So this is 2 or 6, with this being 5 or 7, based on what this is. Okay. So we've got all of that. Oh yeah, I don't know why I didn't think this is the low orange. It's just not 5. Not for any good reason. Uh, 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 okay, people are encouraging me to look at this zipper. And note that this digit is definitely odd because the only even green digit is 8. And so this is 1, 3, 5, 7. It's certainly not a 9 because of where it is on a zipper, which means that this is odd, which means that that's 8. And so this is 3, 5, 7, 9. One of these is the low odd. If that's the low odd, that's the low odd. That's true. If I think about what's left in green, then I know that left in green is 1 of 1, 3 and 1 of 7, 9. So we actually can put these in this order because that number is bigger than that number. So we get an actual 7, 9 pair here. Okay, which yeah, which doesn't really, I mean, I guess it tells me that this is 1, 3, or 5 for what it's worth. Oh yeah, 1, 9 doesn't work. Because so these are because of what orange is. These are either 1, 9 or 3, 7, and J. Dyer's point is 1, 9 doesn't work. So these have to be 3, 7. This is a 4. Sorry, Marty, I hate this puzzle. This is a 9. So that is not a 4. This is not a 3. Okay, but we know actually 3 is not in orange now. So those are 1, 5, and this is a 6. It's okay. I've loved many other Marty Sears puzzles. So these are 1, 5. These are 3, 7. Up here. Let's see. This is a 1 or a 9. That's right. So these are from 1, 5, 9. So in particular, 7's not one of them. So this is a 5. And now that's a 1 and that's a 9. So that's a 1 and that's a 5. Right. These have to be 2, 4 because they're not orange, and so these are actually yellow. I wonder if I was supposed to know somehow that these were yellow before, because that would have helped a lot if I was supposed to know somehow that these were yellow. So these are yellow as well, which actually means that this sort of extends. It's very possible that I missed some step that would have made this less case checky. So these are 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6 over here. And so we might as well fill in that these are 1, 5, 9. These are 1, 5, 9. And these are 3, 7, 8, 3, 7, 8. Okay, so that's not a 5. That's not an 8. That's not an 8. A 7. Oh, this just is a 7. That's nice. So this is a 3. That's an 8. So I guess now if this is 3, 1, that has to be a 3. If this is 3, 5, that has to be a 7. If this is 3, 9, that has to be a 3. So I guess the point is this is never an 8. So that in fact is the 8. Sorry, I said something wrong. I said if this is 3, 5, this has to be a 7, but this is 3, 5. This could be a 3 or a 7. That is an 8 now. This is an entropic line, so it doesn't have a 9 on it because it has a 1 on it. So this needs to be a middle digit. 5 is the only one in existence. Is a 1. Okay, so that's not a 1 down over there. Let's see. So this Nabner line, I know these aren't both 9. I was hoping that was going to immediately tell me something, but I don't think it immediately tells me something. No, sorry. It's not true that the only high digit up here is that. But the only middle digit up here is 6. That's true. So that is a 6, and that is a 4, and that is a 2, which then makes that a 9, because I can't put a 1 next to it. So that's a 1, and that's a 7, and a 3, and this can't be a 9, because you can't repeat digits on Nabner, so that makes that a 9. Means this can only be a 3. So there we go. So this is now, if I look at it, That 5 needs to go in orange, so that's a 5, and that's a 1. I probably should now just check. 159, 753 are both possible. This is never a 7, because it would go 753, and that doesn't work anymore. Oh, wait, 7 isn't even orange. So that is 1, and that is 9. So these are 3, 7, and I know the order. These are 1, 5, 9. These are 3, 7, 8. These are 2, 4, 6, and that one I can do. So these are 3, 7 again, and I can fill those in. And so now I suppose I just sort of click mark and hope. The rest of this sort of sorts it out in some way, shape, or form. Let's see. What clever thing am I supposed to notice? Oh, I'm supposed to notice that there's a clue. That's what I'm supposed to notice. I thought I had used all the clues. But right, this can't be a 3 because of that. So that is an 8. 7, 3. So we get all of that. Okay, so this is... Oh, row 9 has a line as well. 8, 5, 2. 6, 4, 2. Not 2, 4, not 2, 6. Let's see. Are there any other clues that I'm missing? I don't think so, except for this one, where the point is that this being 7, if I look at where 7 goes in this line, 7 in row 3 is corner marked in one of these two cells, and both of these cells see that cell. This one sees it by sudoku, this one sees it by Nabner, so this can't be a 7, it has to be a 2. So we get all of that, and 2 doesn't go with 1, 2 only goes with 9. So we get all of that. 3, 6, 1, 3, 8, 5, 4, 8, 4, 1. And we have successfully completed this. Did this still end up being roped? It did still end up being roped. So that is yellow, and that is yellow. And these are orange. And these are green. So we did end up with sort of our full Neapolitan puzzle at the end of this. Yeah, Isaiah says Marty is crazy for this. Yeah, the logic here did not jive with me, but we will go on. Crazy for many reasons. It is true that Marty definitely set my favorite set puzzle. But this, I felt like I was checking too many cases for my taste. But there was still some clever stuff. Like the interaction here is very clever. I wish it was sort of like behind one fewer level of abstraction to notice the connection here. But that was sort of a clever interaction there to sort of get to what this had to be. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Let us have a look at this arrow Renbon puzzle by Arbitrary. So the Renbon, the pink lines, need to have a string of 3 consecutive digits in any order. So I was just thinking about how Renbon are sort of in some ways stronger and in some ways weaker than same difference lines, which is kind of funny because you can have the digits in any order, that doesn't matter, but the difference is always 1 if you want. And then we have the arrows where the digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. So that is it for the puzzle rules. So a good thing to notice, I guess, to start maybe is that this digit has to be at least 5. And there's 2 different ways you can think of the proof that this digit has to be at least 5. I admit in my head I'm inclined towards the less mathy one, which is to note that this digit, I have to be able to make it as the sum of 2 digits in 2 different ways, and 5 is the smallest number with that property. But the way that will impress your friends more is if you say that the sum of these 4 digits needs to be at least 10, and so this digit has to be at least half of 10. So this number is always from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm trying to decide if I think if these 2 can be the same or not. I don't immediately see a reason why they can't, but I feel like that's probably what I'm supposed to get. These numbers can't both be very large, for what it's worth. Somewhere along this line, there needs to be a 5. And this cell, through the medium of this cell, sees all of those. So this digit isn't a 5. So there we go. So we've got those options. Okay. Yeah, row 7, column 2 definitely lands on one of these cells for what it's worth. Oh, that's clever. Okay, let's do Jaleb's point first. Where is 1 in row 6 is Jaleb's point. And so the point is, I can't actually put a 1 on one of these Renbons, because if I do, I make this 1, 2, 3, with the 3 in the circle, but then a 1, 2 looking at a 1, 2. That's really clever. Okay, so one of these cells is a 1. And so that actually does an awful lot of damage to these cells, because now these cells need to be at least 2, and so that makes this digit at least 7. I admit now in my head I prefer the other method. I prefer adding some 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as saying that's 2, 3, 4, 5. That's at least 14. So this is half of that. But you could also still say it's the numbers that you can make a sum of in 2 different ways that don't involve 1. Okay, so now if I do make this a 1, then I make this a 2 or a 3. Is that going to make this total too high? If I make this 1, 3, then my minimum digits would be 2, 4, 5, 6. That is 17, right? So yeah, I'd have to do that. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, there's a much, much, much better point, which is that this cell, oh, why did I pick the worst possible one? This cell definitely doesn't go on its own arrow, so it definitely goes in one of these. And so one of these digits is 7, 8, 9. So the lowest digit I can possibly put on this line is 5. And so therefore that digit is a 1, and we get a 1 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-a-doop. Ba-doop-a-doop. Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we get a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But remember, this digit goes on one of the arrows. And so as a digit that goes on one of the arrows, it can't be 9, and it also can't be 8 because of this. So we've got that. So yeah, so could be 5, 2 though is fine. Okay. So it's being claimed. Yeah, that's true. I think, yeah. So if we put 9 on one of these Renbon, then it's 9, 8, 7. That would make these 5, 6, and 7. But that doesn't work because oh, right. Just because orange is from 7, 8, 9. Sorry, there's an easier way to do it than that. I was trying to do something about sums, but it's much easier. Orange is from 7, 8, 9, right? So I can't put 9 on a Renbon when I know there's a 7, 8, 9 in the row. And so that means one of these is 9. And so if one of those is 9, then in fact, this must be a 9, 8, 7. And so we've got that these are 8, 9 as a pair. Okay, and so 7 is on one of the arrows, and it doesn't go with a 1, so it has to be on an arrow with a 2, which means that orange is in fact 9. And we can get rid of the coloring. So one of these is for sure 2, 7, for whatever it is worth. I'm going to mark that just because it seems likely to be relevant. And so now I actually know for sure what these are, because one of these is a 2, 3, 4, And one of them is a 5, 6, 7. So 2, 3, 4. It feels to me like if this is 2, 3, 4, I'm going to really break this, but maybe not. Neither of this can be 7. Does it immediately follow that if this is 2, 3, 4, that the circle is 4? I also thought that, Patrick, but I don't think it's true. Because I think it's going to need a 2 on the arrow. Sorry, it's going to need a 1 on the arrow, but not necessarily. Yeah, it could be. So it could be 3 or 4. Is what I was thinking. That's the point. That's really cute. Oh, that is very nice. I somehow don't think I've ever seen this before, but anyway, this cell, if you think about it, where does it go? It's definitely one of those. So this is definitely 189. Over here. Let's see. DWeb says this being 2, 3, 4 would be bad because of something to do with column 5. Could still put a 1 on here. I'm not sure exactly what DWeb is seeing. Oh, right. If this is 2, 3, 4, then the 1 is down here, and so then these are at least 5, 6. Okay, yeah, there we go. Right. So yeah, if this is 2, 3, 4, the arrow circles at most 4, so there's definitely a 1 down here, and now this arrow sees 1, 2, 3, 4. That's very clever. Okay, so my 2, 3, 4 do go over here. That one's not the 2. There's definitely a 1 on this, and this is from 1, 2, 3. So these are 5, 6, 7. For what it is worth. This is a very clever puzzle. Okay, so these cells are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. And that's a good point. This one's never 3 for what it's worth, because this is Josh's point, because either the circle is 3 or the circle is 4 and the arrow is 3. In either case, this is not 3. Okay. This 7, if I look at where the 7 goes in this box, it can't go in the row with the 7, it can't go on the arrow, and it can't go there. So the 7 is almost, but not quite forced to go on the Renbon, although guaranteeing that there's a 7 on a length 5 Renbon is maybe not the most impressive deduction that humankind has ever achieved. But I think it is true. Oh, yeah. Martin points out this can't be 4 either, because if this is a 4, that's a 3, and then this has no value because this is 1, 2 looking at it. That is cute. I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen the this can't be 3 deduction before. I think I used it in a puzzle at some point or another, but I think I've seen it a couple places. But I've not seen the this can't be 4 version, I don't think, at least not that I remember. Okay, so so these numbers are at most 6, I suppose. Uh, 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 Yeah, these numbers see a 5, 6, 7 triple, and Joao's point is I can't put an 8 or a 9 here. So these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4. Because the circle can't be 9, yes. So this is from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at the very least. Now, if this is 3, it definitely puts 3 there. If this is 3 or 4, it puts that number there. If it's 5, 6, or 7, then of course there's more flexibility. For what it's worth. That's very clever, Patrick. Yes, this arrow can't be 5 because if it was, it would make the other arrow also 5. That is very cute. So this is not 5. So this is 6 or 7 now. Let's see. Yeah, I've been looking at the high digits in column 5, but I don't think we have quite enough to say anything about them yet. Oh, we can actually. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because of how this box works, I can only shove one of 8 and 9 in these 3 cells. And it takes a little bit of thinking to see that, but first of all, this cell of those could only be 8, and then I could never put a 9 there, and I can't make these an 8-9 pair because then the Renbon works badly. So in fact, the point is this cell's always an 8 or a 9. Which then at least means that none of these numbers are lower than 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. None of them are low. None of them are 1. I know none of those are 1 for what it's worth. So the 1 in this row, I guess, is in like one of those 3 spots. Let's see. Yeah, we should re-examine our point of the 7. Because our point about the 7, because I can't put 7 on here, I can't put 7 here, and I need to put a 7 on this Renbon somewhere. So I can't put the 7 there. And if I put a 7 here, it rules it off the whole Renbon, so I can't put it there either. So we actually sort of can return to our point about the 7 from before and say that there's definitely a 7 in one of those 2 cells. So there's a 7 in one of those 2 by sort of playing against each other that I need a 7 on this Renbon and I need a 7 in this box. Oh, did I say 8, 5, 4, 3, 2? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Aha. So no 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is better. So these 2 1, 2, 3s need to go in 2 of those 3 spots, I suppose. Oh, sorry. That spot is one of them as well. 4 spots. Right. This digit is not on this Renbon, because whatever this digit is, it definitely sees the whole Renbon. And so it's definitely not an 8, and it's definitely not a 6, given there's an 8 or a 9. So we have that. If this is a 3, then this is a 1, 2, and this is a 3, 4, which is very specific, but I don't know if it immediately tells me anything. It doesn't sound good in my head. Oh, let's see. Dog has something about that. So if I put a 3 here, then I have to ask where 1, 2 goes in. Oh, well, yeah, if I put a 3 here, I certainly make that a 1, 2 pair. I don't quite see the problem, though. At least not yet. Oh, I do. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 3, these are 1, 2. But in particular, if this is a 3, none of these 3 are 1, 2. And also those can't be 1, 2. Yeah, that does create a problem. Because all 3 of these cells end up being 1, 2. Wow, that's cute and tricky. So this is not a 3. That does feel a little messy, but oh no, it's not even right, because that could be a 2. Uh, okay, thank God. Okay. So yeah, I think it's all okay actually. Uh, uh, I mean, I know silly things like the sum of these is at least 10. Uh, if you look further ahead, it breaks, but you need 2 more steps. Ah. So thinking about 1 in this row, Martin points out I definitely can't put a 1 in this cell, because if I do put a 1 in this cell, it makes these 4 cells at least 2, 3, 4, 5, which sums to 14. But I can't make these 2 circles sum to 14. So at least this cell is never 1. And unfortunately, I think I could put 1 in literally any other cell, right? Uh, 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 Oh yeah, certainly not in those 2 spots. I agree. And there's a 1 corner mark looking up there. Okay, so yeah, so sorry, I had not appreciated this this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, so I can't put 1 in either of those spots. So yeah, so we're down to 3 spots for it. Yes, this can't be a 1, because if this is a 1, that's a 2, that's a 3, and these are a 1, 2 pair. I agree. So one of these is a 1, and the other is a 2, because the 2 in this box is already spoken for, which makes that a 3. Okay, that's very good spotting there on that one. And there's a 2 down here in one of these 2 cells now because of Zach Wing, because I know where the 2 is in this box and where the 2 is in this. So one of those is a 2, so these aren't 2. So now the question is, where's the 6 in this box? And the 6 in this box can't go on an arrow anymore, so now the 6 can only go there. So that is not a 6. That does mean one of these cells is a 6. I'll mark just for sanity. So these are a 2, 7, and a 4, 5, just to mark it so that I can keep that in mind. Oh, where's the 7 in column 3 is the question. Because it's not in this box, and it's not on this arrow that adds to at most 7. So the 7 in column 3 is, in fact, here. So those aren't 2, 7. Oh, in fact, actually, Emma, I suppose, came up with a different way to do it that was less sophisticated, which is now that this arrow can only be 3, 4, adding to 7 because the 1, 2 are gone. That makes that a 6, makes that a 7, a 5, and a 7. Good spot to Emma, even if it ruined my my whole spot with the 7 in the column. The 2, 7 looks up, gets me a 1 and a 2. This is not 1 or 3 or 4, so this now is a 9, and that's a 9, which makes that an 8. Makes that an 8 and a 9. Makes these a pair of some description. 2, 3, 4. These are a 5, 6 pair, I believe. These are a 1, 5 because they add to 6. So the 5 on this arrow is, the 5 on this renbon is definitely in one of these spots, for what it is worth. Oh, and one of these two is a 6 for what it's... Okay, so 5 and 6 both need to go on this renbon, and these need to be a 5, 6 pair because this cell can't be 5 or 6. And so if those are a 5, 6 pair, then I know what that is. Namely, it's a 4. And so we can get a 2, a 3, and a 6 in these remaining cells. And that one's not a 6, of course. It's not a 5. Let's see. So we've got a triple now. So there is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So that is the 6. This certainly isn't a 2. So that is a 2. So those go with an 8. So this isn't an 8. These are some remaining digits. There are a 3, a 4, and a 5. And 3 is too far away from 6. So that's the 3. These are the 4, 5, and that is a 6. Very conveniently. That 3 looks down and finishes this 1, 2, adding to 3, and 2, and 4. Let's see. We can finish these cells. Okay, well, there's certainly not a 5 on here. So that is a 5. And there's definitely is a 3 on here. So one of those is a 3, which makes that a 4 and that a 3. The 4 looks back over and places the 4 back over there. Okay, that is all good. That places the 5 in box 1. Let's see. What are these digits? Or are there any more digits that are placed here? That is apparently a naked 8. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9. Yep, that is an 8. So those are a 6, 7 pair. That means we can sort of paint these things. So these aren't 6 because of the 6, 7 pair looking down. So that is a 2 and a 4. A 1 and a 2, and a 5 and a 1, and a 3 and a 6 and a 2, and a 5 and a 6 and a 5, 8, 3, 1, 4 and 5, 1 and 3, Okay. And I think we can then mark the rest of the puzzle without feeling too bad about it. So 9 and 4 makes these double 1 now, makes that a 9. This definitely has a 7 on it because it's either 6, 7, or 7, 8. So this isn't a 7, it's a 9. So we've got all of that. This is a 7, that's a 3. Actually, now we know it's an 8 and a 7. 6, 2, 1. 8, 6, 8, 5, 7, 9. 2, 8, 2, 7. 7 and 6. Very nice. I would, for the record, have rated that a 4-star rather than 3-star, but it was a very nice puzzle all the way through. Very good use of the pair of constraints and of all the sort of weird Renbon stuff. I particularly liked how much this row did. And this box also was really magical. Yeah, the very nice puzzle to Arbitrary. I think I've done 1 or 2 Arbitrary puzzles on stream before, but not very many. So that was a nice quasi debut, if you like. All right, I'm going to take a quick break again, but I'll be back in a minute with another puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a J. Dyer puzzle next up. And so this is almost a Renbon puzzle, but Jay has added that you're allowed to repeat digits on the line. So they still need to form a consecutive set of numbers, but you can have 2 2s if you want. Additionally, the digit in the circle is going to tell us how many distinct digits appear on the line. So I think we're going to have to do some sort of set argument with the border, but I realized that these digits look more appealing. So these are a 2 or these are a 2-3 pair because I know these 2 digits are different. They can't be the same, and so we end up with that. And so that means that these digits can be at most 4 away. At most 3 away. No, at most 2 away from 3. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the one of these that's a 2, there's also a 2 here, right? Because the one of these that's a 2, the digit that repeats needs to be... Oh, sorry, no, it doesn't need to be the 2. Sorry. If it's this digit is a 2, that is also a 2. But if this digit is a 2, that digit could be that digit or that digit. So one of these might or might not be a 2. I'm trying to decide if there's interplay between these more than that. But I don't know that there immediately is. Oh, yeah, there's certainly a 2-3 pair, so this is certainly not a 2 or a 3. That's a good point. I concur about that. Let's see. Okay, so for these long lines, I might as well at least mark out that they have a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 8. I think is true for all of them, right? So these are all from 5, 6, 7, 8. They have to have at least 5 because of this bit in the corner over there. Okay, and it's interesting that these two, at least, are forced to have different numbers of digits, and these two are forced to have different numbers of distinct digits. Is very interesting. Row 3, column 7. Yes, this is certainly 3, 4, or 5. I agree with that. This is 3, 4, 5, or 6, I guess. I'm wondering if all 4 of these have to be different, is one of the things that I am trying to decide. Yeah, this is also 3, 4, 5, 6, I suppose. Yeah, this could be who knows anything just about. Oh, sorry, Dog asked why they can't be 9. Yeah, it's just because they're only 8 cells long. Not a deep reason in this particular instance. Okay, so I'm noticing that this sees this by Sudoku, and that might be interesting, except I don't think it is. Tragically. If this was a 3, it would make these two the same digit. Does that do anything interesting by Sudoku that I should be aware of? That is worth noting, is that, yeah, since these lines are only length 8, they can't have both a 1 and a 9, D-Web points out. So in this row, there's a 1 on one side of this divide and a 9 on the other side of this divide. I completely admit, Jay, when I first looked at this puzzle, I did exactly that calculation, thinking that, yes, there are 36 cells around the border of a Sudoku, and there are not, in fact. But it sounds very believable. So yeah, so there's a 1 on one side and a 9 on the other. And the same is true in the first row and the first column and the last column. Okay, and so I also know that whichever of 1 and 9 is over here, then the other one is on here. So I can sort of color that these match. not necessarily in terms of the number of digits. In fact, they definitely don't match in terms of number of digits, but they either both have a 1 or both have a 9, and these either both have a 1 or both have a 9. Okay, that orange does not really contrast well with the pink. Emily, they either have 2 1s or 2 9s, or there's a 1 9 in a corner. Hey, Missing, how are you doing? Yeah, so the corners can be 1 9 and trip us up. If one of these is 5, it does mean that these 3 digits are all already there. So these 3 digits would have to be, like, these 2 digits would have to be those 2 digits. This digit would have to be over there or something like that. But that seems tricky. So I guess the other 1 or 9 is on this Renbon. So this Renbon, if you want, we can think of as blue for sure. It's got a 1 or a 9 on it, sorry. At least one. It's got at least 1 or 9 on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 8 cells in size. And so this digit, just for the record, is at least 4 and at most 8. Again, like, I kind of like keep trying to think, like, am I trying to rule out the possibility that one of these is 3? Because I think if I tried hard enough, I might be able to do it for the right one of these, but it doesn't feel like it is a worthwhile expenditure of effort to try to do it. So yeah, so there's a yellow 1 9 in one of these cells. There's a blue 1 9 in one of these cells. It's not that one, for the record. Oh, I think I just saw something crazy. So if the blue 1 9 is here... Oh, never mind. Sorry, it doesn't work. Sorry, I was forgetting that this is blue and not yellow. Never mind. It's true. This digit's not 1. That seems actually very worth mentioning, because if this is a 1, it makes that a 4 or a 5, and that those don't Renbon each other on a Renbon of this length. Oh, this can't be a 3 either, can it? Oh, no, it could be a 3, 4, 2. No. No, how can this be a 3? This can't be a 3. Because if this is a 3, we're saying there's 3 distinct digits on the line, just because of the way this sort of works out. But then the 3 would need to go there and not here. Yeah, that's sort of very bizarre. Oh, here's an interesting point. This is either a 3 or it's a 2, and if it's a 2, neither of these cells can be a 2. Is that going to do any damage to me? Uh, yeah, the 2 worlds. I was trying to say something like, oh, well, does that mean this can't be 2? But I don't think it does. But it is interesting. I really feel like I'm supposed to contemplate row 5 and column 5 together, and think about what that tells me. I don't know exactly what it's supposed to tell me, but I'm going to think about it. Because I know that together, this is 8 distinct digits twice. And so I guess it's sort of like, yeah, is it something like these two are the same parity or something weird like that? I can't quite figure out what I'm supposed to do with it. But the fact that that covers both of these is very interesting. But then it also includes all of these, which doesn't quite work. But something like that is going to be the point, I think. Planck time doesn't believe this can be 5 or 6. I don't see why. If this is a 5, it would mean that those 2 cells are these 2 cells. And this cell is one of those 2. But that seems plausible, doesn't it? I really liked this 1-9 idea, but I can't see where else to push it. I mean, I guess I know yellow 1-9 needs to live in one of these spots. Can I guarantee that this is not a 1? Would that break for some reason? Why does there have to be a repeat 1 or 9? Why can't the 1 or 9 be in the corner? I mean, Sudoku-wise, you definitely can make this a 5. Oh, yeah, okay, so, Joao is asking about, okay, so where is the blue 1-9 and the yellow 1-9 here? And so there are 2 yellow 1-9s in these cells. And there's at least 1 blue 1-9 in these cells. The blue... Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. That's not true. But there are 2 yellow 1-9s in these cells. That, at least, I'm willing to say. Bye, Nell. Is there a reason why I couldn't have 2 blue 1-9s on here and 2 yellow 1-9s on here, though, for example? And B, that would make this 9998765, I think, works. And then the 1 would have to have more repeated digits. But I agree one of these has a repeated yellow 1-9 on it. Do I know anything about which one does? Yeah, certainly that's true, but I can put a blue 1-9 here, and if I put a blue 1-9 here, I don't have to put any blue 1-9s on either of these. So one of these definitely has, well, sorry, one has two yellow 1-9s, or both of them have a yellow 1-9. Both of them having a yellow 1-9 seems very unlikely to me, although I admit I have not fully proven it. But I don't see exactly what I can do with it other than noting that, yeah, one of them definitely has, well, either one or both of them has a yellow 1-9. And if one of them does, it has two of them. Let's see. There's definitely some very weird math on how these numbers add up. But I don't quite see. Yeah, if there is a 9 on one of these, I agree with that. If there is a 9 on either of these, then the circle is a 5. And if there's not a 9 on any of them, then the 9 is there. So one of three things is true. That's a 5, that's a 5, or that's a 9. Feels tantalizingly close, doesn't it? Let's see. But I'm not even sure I know which thing I think is more likely as a conclusion. Now, a worthwhile thing to note is that at least one of these two Renbon is extreme, and so it's going to need the 2 or 8 and the 3 or 7, etc. And I'm curious if I should be thinking about, okay, it's going to have those numbers on it. Like, think not just about the 1-9, but about the yellow 2-8. Like, the yellow 2-8 is on one of these, and the yellow 3-7 is on one of these, etc. down the line. But I don't quite know what to make of that. Let's see. Let's see. David says the 9 in column 8 isn't in box 6. Why can't I put a 9 in one of these cells? It is true. All of these lines need a 5. So if this circle is 5, it does mean one of these is 5, which means one of these is 5, which means one of these is 5, which means one of these is 5. Yeah, wow, that's clever. Okay, yeah, so I agree with Josh, actually. If a circle is a 5, that line has 2 5s. And that's a problem because then if you sort of either chase or count, you don't have enough 5s to put on the remaining ones because you have at most 4 5. Here's the easier way. There's at most 4 5s on the border. And if you put a 5 in a circle, you put a second 5 on the same Renbon. Oh, wait, do I have to repeat that one? Yeah, I have to, because these one of these two would be these two. Yeah, okay, yeah, agree. So none of these are actually 5. Okay, that seems potent. That seems very potent, actually. Okay, and I can't put 5s in the corner for the same reason. I think. Yeah, Jay, I admit by setter logic, I just wanted these to have to be a quad, so I didn't even try to prove that they weren't, because I assumed they had to be. Because I would want them to be a quad as well, but it turns out it's not possible for that reason, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and in fact, I can't put 5s in corners for the same reason, because if I put a 5 in the corners, then I only get 3 5s. And that doesn't work. So yeah, so there's exactly one none corner 5 on every one of these lines, for what it is worth. Okay. So that's sudden like skewing towards high digits here. Okay, that means there's a high digit that does not appear on either of these, A6, 7, or 8, because whatever digit is repeated among these, that's beautiful, now doesn't appear on these at all, which means none of these have 9 on them, right? Yes, it means none of them have 9 on it, although it's sort of complicated. So there's A6, 7, or 8 that doesn't appear on these. So if there's a 9 on them, they can only be 7, 8, 9 exactly. But then the circle would be a 3 with them being 7, 8, 9, and that doesn't work. So in fact, where is the 9? The 9 is there. And we have our first digit. Let us bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop, boop, boop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now the yellow digit is 1. And so in particular, there's a 9 in one of these two cells right away. Means there's a 1 in one of this mess of cells. Right. Okay. Yeah. So this digit can't be a 4 anymore, is being pointed out by chat, because then the digits would be 4 of the digits between 4 and 9. Doesn't sound great. I concur with that. Another puzzle for your weird puzzles with a 9 in the middle compendium. That sounds delightful. You should release a book. It will be great. The 9 has to repeat in the blue, actually, because the 9 can't go in the yellow. So the 9 is definitely in one of these cells, which means this can't be an 8, if I remember how math works. So there's at least one repeated digit here. Oh, and if there's at least one repeated... No. No. Sorry, I was going to say that meant something about that not being able to be a 5, but that's not true. Okay, so both of these have a 1 on them. And so both have a 2, both have a 3. And that's where... Sorry, it does not have to be the case that both of them have a 1 on them. One of them could have 2 1s. In fact, I'm almost positive one of them has 2 1s. Because I... Actually, maybe both of these could be... No, that doesn't work. Right. One of these has a 7 or 8 on it. Somewhere, because there is a 7, 8 in one of these. And so whichever of them has a 7, 8 on it doesn't have a 1 on it. So one of them does have a repeated 1. Oh, are you saying I could make both of these a 7-8 pair? Maybe I actually don't know that I can't make both of these be a 7-8 pair. Yeah, you're right. I think I could make the borders be 7-8 pairs. Uh, that would be gross. But I think it's possible. Yeah, that's maybe possible. Uh, yeah, if those are 7-8 pairs, then I could put a 1 on each of them and just let these be both 1 through 6. Okay. No, because this has to have a 1 on it somewhere. And if it has a 1, then it can't also have a 9 because there aren't enough digits. That's not a 9. One of these two is a 9, but that's unfortunately not maximally useful. Okay. Next question. Can I really put an 8 on one of these? Because if I put an 8 on one, I also have to put a 7 on one. No, that doesn't work. Right. So how many total 6, 7, 8s are on these strings? And the answer is there are 2 total 6, 7, 8s, which means in particular there are 0 8s. Because I only have 1, 6, 7, 8 left in this row, and I only have 1, 6, 7, 8 left in this column. So in particular, I can't put an 8 here because that would already eat up an 8, 7, and a 6. Okay, so I can't do that. So that does mean that one of these two is 8, and it means that one of these two is 8. And in particular, that means one of these yellow ones is legitimately a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So one of them really does have all of its all the digits. Which would be really interesting if it was this one, because it would mean that these two digits repeated there and there, I guess. It sort of feels like I'm now supposed to think about these 2, 3 things again. Although this hurts my head slightly. My brain might not be quite big enough to figure this out. Yeah, one of the blues also has that, but that felt less interesting to me. But yeah, one of the blues is also 9, 8, 7, 6, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I was sort of focused on trying to do something with that combo. But you're right; it's equally true for one of the blues. So if I put a 7 in here, then I also use the 6. And so I'd use a 7 and a 6 on one of these, and then the other would not have 7 or 6 at all. Okay, and then that would be that would mean there was a 6, 7. Otherwise, these would both be a 7, 8 pair, which is maybe possible. Oh yeah. Well, that's only if. Oh no, it's not only if that. Right. Joao is right. So the point is, this pair of digits definitely appear on the yellow line, regardless of whether the yellow line is whatever it is. They need to appear on the yellow line because the yellow line has a 1, right? So these two digits show up in these two places. 2, 3. Okay, I love this next step. And so the point is, there's not a repeated digit on this Renbon. because these 2 digits are those 2 digits. And so neither of these 2 digits shows up there. And so this is the 3. That's the 2. This being a 2 means that's a 2. That makes that a 1. I love that. That is so cool. So that's not a 2. It's not a 3. Okay, so this one can't be a 1 because that can't be a 2. This one can't be a 3 because there's already a 3 on it. So we could do 3, 1, 2, or we could do 3, 4, 5, or we could do 2, 3, 4, or whatever combination we wanted. So we've got that. Okay, so one of these 2 cells is a 3 for what it's worth. Because these 3 are a length 3 Ren bond. That one's not a 3 anymore. Interessante. There are not many spots I can put a 2 along this line. Namely, that is the only spot that I can put a 2 on this entire line. Oh, right. These 2 are these 2, so that one's definitely not a 1. So if this is the line that has a 1 on it, that's a 2. Which is kind of spicy, I suppose. If this is the line with a 2 on it... In fact, if this is the line with a 2 on it, I think it's got 2 2s on it. Because I do know there's 2 total 2s in here. Let's see. I think you can force 1 into row 1, column 1, and row 9, column 9 now by box 9. Okay, so yeah, box 9 has a 1. And if I put that one... Right. So the point is, where is the 1 in row 9 and column 9? And the answer is it's not in blue, and it's not here, and it's not here. And so the 1 in row 9 and column 9 is here. So that means that's definitely a 1. Very good spotting there. Oh, 2 I know is not in this cell, I guess, for whatever it is worth. Because that would be 8 different digits. So 2, I guess I know, is along this meridian for whatever it is worth. I don't think that's what the word meridian means, but we'll go with it. Oh, and in fact, actually, Nicholas points out, actually, I can even place the 2 into box 4 directly. Because that can't be a 2 for exactly the same reason. So that is a 2, which actually places that 2, which now means that's not the 8. That's the 8 along this line. So this is 6 or 7. Aha, and now, because that was a 2, and that can't be 1, now the only spots that can be 1 along here now are in box 1. And so now we can repeat D-Web's argument, and that has to be a 1. Okay, good. Yeah, 2 in box 6 is now in one of these 2 cells. Okay, yeah, so we've got repeated 2s. And if 2 is the only repeated digit, then this is a 7. If there's an additional repeated digit, that is, if that digit is repeated, then this is a 6. Okay. So then... So 7 is always in blue is the I think the weirdo upshot of that. Because if this is a 7, I'm not allowed to repeat any more digits. And if it's a 6, then the digits on the line are 1 to 6. So there's always a 7 in one of those cells. For whatever it is worth. Ooh, damn. Wow. Joao points out, actually, if you look at this entire line sees the digit 2. And so as a result, this can't have 8 distinct elements on it. Because an 8-long renban would always have a 2. And so that, in fact, is our 8. There we go. Okay, and so there is a 2 along here. So that means one of these, in fact, one of that pair exactly is a 2, just by noting that there is a 2 on here because it's 9876543 and so that tells me that there's a 2 in one of these 3 spots, for whatever that is worth. Yeah, 8 never goes on this. So 8 is also out here in this outer periphery. So 7, 8, and 9 at least are in blue. Okay. Interestingly, these 2 digits must appear over here. So actually, this triple is the same as that triple, which in turn is probably the same as this triple. Yeah, there's definitely, in these cells, there's a 1 and there's an 8. Is Joao's point, because the 8 here can't repeat along this line. Oh, and in fact, in this box, it's maybe even easier. The 8 can't repeat along this line, so these are an 8-9 pair. So in fact, those aren't actually 8. Oh, so the 8 is just placed. Woohoo! And so if that 8 is placed, that probably isn't a 1. Okay, now, if this is a 4, it doesn't work anymore, because if this is a 4, I need to have 5 distinct digits to connect the 4 and the 8, and I can't, of course. So that is a 5. So that is not a 5. That's not a 5 anymore. So if this is a 5, this is a 4. If this is a 4, that's a 2. And if this is a 1, that's a 2. For whatever it is worth. So these aren't 5 anymore by the equivalence established previously. Hey, Alima. How are you doing? Because these 2 digits are these 2 digits, remember? 1 in box 2 is placed. So that's not a 1. So there is a 4 along here somewhere. And one of those 2 is a 1 for the box. That's probably that one, but I'm not willing to say yet. Oh, sorry to hear that, Alima. It always sucks. The 5 on this Renbon is a little tricky. Right. This one we already know doesn't have a 2 on it, so it definitely doesn't have a 1 on it. Right. I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to think about this more later, but no, we in fact already thought about the fact that there's no 2. Oh, sorry, I don't know that there's no 2 on here, right? I could have a 2, but it would be exactly there, right? Oh, but I'm being encouraged to think about 2 in box 2. Right. The 2 in box 2 definitely isn't there. So the 2 and the, oh, in fact, 2 is just placed in this box. Let's do it that way. The 2 is just placed in box 2 by sudoku. So let's do that, and then that will make it easier to then argue I definitely can't put a 1 here, because then I can't put a 2 anywhere along the line, so I have to put the 1 there. Now, we did argue that whichever of these had a 1 on it had to, in fact, have 2 1s, I think. Right, because now I can't put a 1 on this one at all. I don't think we argued that before, but it's now clear because I can't put a 1 on this at all. So I need to have a second 1 along this line because I need a 1 for this row somewhere, and it's not going over here. So the 1 is going, in fact, uniquely not there, uniquely there. So that places a 2 as well. Okay, so now this doesn't have 5 or 6 unique digits. It has 3 or 4. Oh, okay, so if it has 3, that's a 3. And if it has 4, that's a 3. You're fucking kidding me. That's amazing. Okay, so yes. So regardless of whether this is 3 or 4, this is always 3. That is great. So no 3 there. That is super cute. No 3 there. And remember, one of these two had to be a 3, and it's not that one anymore, so now it's that one. And these two, just so that I remember it, are ketchuped. Okay. So we've got all of that. Yeah, this puzzle is super cute. I am very impressed with this. Not surprised because it's a J. Dyer puzzle and all, but still delightful. Okay. So I actually know that there's a 4 and a 5 over here somewhere for whatever it's worth. Let's see. Yeah, there's a 3 in one of these. Oh, actually, there's a 3 in one of these 3 cells if I look at it, because this line needs a 3, and Joao points out that it goes in one of those 2 cells. Oh, in fact, actually, it goes in that cell exactly even. So this cell has a 3, and its 3 is in one of those 2 cells. So this cell, and this line definitely has a 3. Okay, so this line has a 3 and a 9 is the point. That's the point. This line has a 3 and a 9, which means it doesn't have 6 distinct digits. So it has to have 7 distinct digits. Because it has everything between 3 and 9. It has a 3 because I can't repeat the 3 on this line, David. And there's a 3 corner marked in this column. So there's a 3 in one of these 3 cells. Yeah, right. There's already a 3 over in this yellow is the point. So this 7, I guess, needs to show up in yellow. So the 7's over there in one of those two cells. So that means the 7's in one of these two spots. Let's see. Right. No 2 in this blue, right? So 2 is in one of this mess of cells, not that one. Agree. Right. There's only one 9. Basically, what David is, or sorry, basically what DWeb is telling me is I actually know because of that 8 that there's only one 9 in the totality of these cells, but it can't be anywhere in yellow. And if I put it somewhere down, say here, I am going to need another 9 in row 1. So basically the point is, in these cells, the 9 for row 1 and the 9 for column 9 both exist. And so the only place it can possibly be is there. That is DWeb's point. One of these two cells is an 8. Why is one of the two of them a 7? Oh, maybe, okay. Maybe Patrick missed it. One of these two is a 9. I can mark 1, 1. Yeah, one of these two is a 1, I suppose. Yeah, these are certainly from 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it really possible that I put a 3 on this line? 3, 4, 5, 6 is what it would have to be. I was just looking at where the 3 went in this column and trying to argue that it can't go here, but I'm not quite seeing it. I do know there's 2 5s on this line now, for what it's worth. Because there's nowhere else for 5 in row 5 or column 5. So that does mean that this is not a 6, actually. So there are 2 5s. Let's see. If this was a 7, there would also be 2 6s. Which doesn't seem too terribly exciting. Yeah, and if this is a 6, then there's a 7 here and a 6 down here, and then a 5 in both places. Let's see. Kodak thinks if I do counting in that situation, I'll get that this has to be a 5, which sounds plausible to me. So if this was a 4, it would be 4, 5, 6, 7, right? With double 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, and double 4. Oh, yeah, it could be a 4 without a 7. If that's a 7. Yeah, this digit... if these are both 4, then one of these becomes 4. One of those two is 5. I need to take a real quick break. I'll be right back, and we'll finish this. See you in a moment. Hello, I am back. Uh, I went on a brief bio break and then saw that Joe Biden had dropped out of the presidential race, so then I read a story about it. So apologies, that took longer than anticipated. Something Renbon and counting or something was going on. Does anyone remember what the rules of this puzzle were? This is either a 4-5 or a 2-4. So one of those two cells is always 4. So this cell's never a 4, I suppose. Was not the news you expected to get from the stream. Yes, so this is never a 6. Okay, got it. Okay, so that, or sorry, never a 6. This is never a 4. Do I know that there is a 4 on this? That would be equivalent to the statement that there's not a 9 on it. Okay, I seem to know that's not a 9 and that's not a 9. Do I know that that's not a 9? I don't think I know that that's not a 9, unfortunately. Okay, I do know that the 5 in this column is only in one of those two places, actually, because there are 5 distinct digits on this 5-length Renbon. So those aren't 5, and so the 5 in this column only goes in one of those two places. Let's see. What is happening with my life? Okay, so the lowest digit on this Renbon is a 3. Because it's 9876543. Because there's 2 digits not on it, and those are 1 and 2. So I do know that one of these two cells is 2 for what it's worth. Which I keep thinking tells me something, but I don't think it actually does. Okay, do I know anything about this? Like, I know that 9 is the highest digit. So the question is just, if I could answer the question, what is the lowest digit? I would know what this is. And I know one of these two is 5, and I know one of these 68 bajillion is 6. It's not that one. That one's not 6. Or sorry, maybe that one could be 6. Never mind. The entire line sees 3. Is it annoyingly the case that these two can be 3? I think 7 can be on here. There's a Z-wing of 2s left. Yeah, so either these two are both 2 or these two are both 2 are the two options. Yeah, can we do anything coherent with 4s? This 3-4 goes here or there for what, sorry, there or there for what it's worth. If this is a 4, yeah, that, yeah, the bet trees may have died at some point. Blame deforestation. Let's see. Top yellow needs a 4. Row 3, column 7 needs a 4. I don't think row 3, column 7 does need a 4, though. And I don't even think row 2, column 2 needs a 4. Unsustainable bet tree logging practices. Looking at the 8 and 9 in column 1 and in row 9. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, so there can't be, so there's no 8s and 9s in these cells, is Carl's point. Also, if I don't make this an 8 or a 9, then there's two of each 8s and 9s, which would mean that this would be a 6 and not a 7 or lower. So this is always an 8 or a 9. Which seems very cool, although okay. And so then the point is, we know it's an 8 or a 9 that's repeated. So therefore there can't be a 7 repeated. So there has to be a 7 in this column over here. Okay, very good. So therefore that digit is definitely a 7. Okay. And so the only repeated digit was the 2. Did these turn out to have to be a 7-8 pair from the beginning if we thought about this in the right way or something? J. Dyer can answer now, I suppose. 3, 4, 5, 6. And so there's no repeats, so these can't be 3. I guess they couldn't be 3 anyway. 5. Let's see. Because there was some like weird parody thing with counting the total number of digits and what happened if you moved the digits from something, but I never... Okay, so J. Dyer says she believes they might have to be 7-8 pairs, but haven't been able to prove it. Yeah, there was some sort of like weird global argument with like, okay, how if I put repeats over here, what happens over there, and all of that, and I could not ever like make sense of it in my head. Okay, so this 4, 5, or 6 also occurs there for whatever it is worth. Okay. So that seems like a really useful step. What does it do? Can I do Sudoku on 7s or something like that? Or can I do something profitable with these now that I know that they... these either have... Right, okay, so yeah, so now there's at least 4 different digits on these. And so those 4 different digits are at least 7, 6, 5, 4. Sorry, 6, 5, 4, 3. There's not a 7 anymore. But on the other hand, 1 and 2 aren't possible. So this can't be 5 anymore. There aren't 5 different digits that could be on it, is the point. Because it can't be 7, 8, 9, and it can't be 1, 2. So this is a 4. And if this is a 4, then the digits are 3, 4, 5, 6. There's not a 3 here, so there is a 3 over here somewhere, so that's a 4. So those aren't 4. Okay, so these are a 5, 6 pair. And these are from 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, just 3, 5, 6, actually. Oh, those two aren't 3, so that one is 3. Fun fact. And that's a 5, 6 pair. So that has made that a 4, which has made that a 2, which has made that a 2. I was going to try and place the 3 in box 3, but there are problems with that argument. So these are indeed a 7, 8 pair, as someone claimed a long time ago, but I never understood why. So this 7, 8 also repeats. So there's at least 2 repeats on this line now, actually, because this 7, 8 is also up here. And the 9 is also up there. So now this is at most 6. For what it is worth. So yeah, so this is 5 or 6. So there's no 4 on it anymore, I guess is the point, because that would be, oh no, sorry, 4 is possible. There's no 3 on it anymore. So if there's no 3 on it, does that let me place 3 somewhere interesting? Because the 3 can't go here, right? I think that does place 3, because I don't think 3 can go here. 3 to 8 would be 6 digits. That's not possible. So that's not a 3. That's not a 3. We've just argued that's not a 3. So now this is a 3. So now that's a 3. M. Nasty had a much easier way to do that, which is to place the 3 in this row first. So that's a 6, a 5, and a 4. It gives me a 6 and a 5, and a 5 and a 6. So now that has become a 5 by sudoku. So now there is no 4 on this line anymore. At all. Let's see. These are a pair now. What are they? Because that's useful. Because those are a 6, 7, and therefore these are the other ones. The ones that aren't 6 and 7. So in particular, that one is a 4, and that one is a 5. Let's see. Okay, so 5 distinct digits only. That seems like that's going to be spicy. This is going to be a 6 or a 7, and it's not a 6. So this is a 7, and that's a 6, and that's a 7, and that's an 8, and that's a 7. And that seems to have placed the 7 in this box, and seems to have made these an 8, 9 pair. Let's see. There needs to be at least one 6 in one of these two cells. Let's see. What are these? These are a pair of 9, and 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so this is either itself, well, it can't be a 9. So this actually is a 4. If you just look at this 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is a 4. Okay, so in this column, whatever is left is a 6 and a 5. In this column, these are a 7 and a 6. And this is the other one. 4, because there's not a 9 on it. So we've got all of that. Put 6 in the blue left. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So I should put 6 on this because it needs 1 and it can only go there. Thank you. Let's see. So these are a pair now. consisting of 7 and 9. So this box is almost done, because that is a 3. Those are an 8-9 pair, so these are a pair that are not 8 and 9. Those are a 4-5 pair, apparently. So we definitely need a 6 along this line, and in fact, the only place for it is there. If I just look at where 6 goes by sudoku. So if I fill in these cells, oh, this one's a naked 8. Great. 8, 9, 3, 8. If I fill in these, I see that at least one of these is a single, which is that one. It gives me a 5 and a 4, a 9 and a 5, an 8 and a 9. Some stuff over here. It gives me an 8, a 1, and a 7. A 9 and a 1, and a 9 and an 8. Very cool puzzle there. I liked that one a lot. I'm really curious now about this 7-8 business, about whether that's actually sort of forced from the get-go or not. I kind of suspect that it is just sort of combinatorially, but I'm not sure. But yeah, very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. All right, I'm going to take a quick break now, and I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Where next up we have this Nurikabe philomeno. I realize it is slightly off. Let's see. I think I've learned that it is the green dots that mean things are correctly set up. So let me just nudge that slightly. I can shrink it just a smidge. that's more than a smidge. Go down, go a little bit further right. There we go. Okay. So let us do a Nurikabe polyomino. So it is polyomino except for divide the grid into polyominoes and fill each cell with a number equal to the size of its polyomino. Polyominoes of the same size may not share an edge except for tetrominoes. We have Nurikabe, so we need to shade some cells representing water, so we'll make them blue, such that all shaded cells are orthogonally connected without creating a fully shaded 2x2 area. Unshaded cells form connected groups representing islands. Different islands may not share an edge, but may share a corner. Interaction. All polyomino-tetrominoes, a phrase that I adore, all polyomino-tetrominoes are islands, while all other polyominoes are water. An island may contain multiple connected tetrominoes, but an island may not contain two tetrominoes of the same shape, regardless of rotation and reflection. For clarity, there are 5 possible tetromino shapes, litso. So we've got all of those. In particular, square has been reintroduced into the wild thanks to delicate preservation work. So we have that. So is it everything that's not a tetromino is water? Let me just double check. Okay. All tetrominoes are island, while all others are water. Okay, yes, that is true. Okay. So our Nurikabe islands all have size 4, 8, 12, etc. Up to, I suppose, a maximum of 20. Arrows. Numbers on cells with an arrow indicate the number of polyominoes seen in the direction of the arrow. Number of polyominoes seen in the direction of the arrow. Consider multiple arrows within the same cell individually, not summed. Good. Arrows do not count their own cell, but may count their polyomino if a cell within it is visible. Another special property of tetrominoes. Tetrominoes count as, oh God, this was already going to be nightmarish enough, but tetrominoes count as 1.5 polyominoes for arrow clues. So I was going to write 1, 2, 3 over here, but I think unfortunately this could be as many as I guess 4. I can't get to 4.5. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 by that rule. Let's see. Do I have any other? Let's see. It's counting the number of ominoes. Let's see. I'm trying to decide what 2 arrows that point like this mean, if it means anything. So if these are in the same omino, that means that that cell is also in the same omino. If these are in different ominos, then that means that these 2 are, let's see. If these are in different ominos, that means these 2 are in different ominos. Okay. So there's not sort of a cohesion. Oh, these 2 cells, though, I've somehow managed to not see these. These are from 1, 2, 3 at most. So in particular, being 1, 2, 3 at most means that these are water. Oh, this is also 1, 2, 3. And so is also water. This could be 4, right? Yes. This can't be 1 because then that would be 1. So this is at least 2. This is from 2, 3, 4. It is worth noting if this is a 4, it's a tetromino, and it means that there's at least, exactly 2 more tetrominoes over here. two tetrominoes and a C. Yeah, so yeah, those are from 1, 2, 3. That's 1. These are at least 2. The only way for one of these numbers to be 3 is if it's two tetrominoes that are different. Row 6, column 8 can't be tetromino. I don't think I quite understand why. Let's see. So if this is a 3, then this is a 4, which seems very plausible to me. If none of these are 3, I think it's still quite plausible. Oh, no 2x2 can be entirely water. Okay, that's the rule I wasn't thinking about. No 2x2 can be entirely water. So one of these at least is green. And one of these at least is green. So it is true. One of these at least is a 3. With two tetrominoes. So there's some greenery up here. So are there any cells that always have to be green given that? Or could I have like two islands like that? It's maybe possible. Let's see. But yeah, I was not really appreciating just how strong the no 2x2s of water rule was going to be with this rule, but it is going to be quite strong, in fact. Okay, so I'm trying to mentally sort of think about how it works if these are the two that are island versus if these are the two that are island. Let's see. And arrows always count the same thing. It's just a matter of how the things count. If this isn't green, it has to be at least 3. As it sees tetrominoes to the right. Why would it see tetrominoes to the right? I do agree this number's bigger than that one. Because couldn't it be that those two are tetromino and these are water? I mean, this doesn't break the 2x2 rule, right, Jay? Oh, right. They have to be integers. That is the thing I was not thinking about as I repeatedly thought about this. This would be a 2.5, and that's a problem. Right. So if these are both, so these are the same thing. Is I guess the probably that is invisible. Oops. be it water or land, these are the same type. They're at least the same color. Maybe I should be careful that I don't mean they're in the same omino necessarily, but these are the same type of thing. And if that type of thing is water, or sorry, if that type of thing is land, then there's actually a divide between them. So anyway, these aren't all water. So if this is water, then this is land. And so now now this number, yeah, so if this is water, then it certainly sees a tetromino in this direction, and at least one other thing. So it'd be at least 2.5, which would be at least 3, but that doesn't work because basically here's what Jay is saying. If I go ahead and imagine that these are both water, then this is all now land, except this number is at least 3, and that makes this a 3, but the arrow is a liar because it should be a 1. I think I probably articulated that about as badly as possible. But anyway, that means that this is, in fact, tetrominos split by that, which means they both contain 4s, which means that we can bring out Zach for the tap dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so, note it is impossible, actually, for this one to extend in both directions. Because if this tetromino extends in both directions, then it becomes an I, and the thing on top of it becomes an I, and I repeat the I within an island. So it could be that both of these are land. That's still possible, but they're not both. By the way, that makes this a 3. They're not both the same tetromino, for what it is worth. Okay. So one of these at least is a 3, and again, they can't both be 3s. These both being 3s would be a big problem. Okay, this can't be a 3. This is a 4, actually, if you just count. It's 1, 4. So this actually is a 4, for what it's worth. Let's see. Okay, so I don't think this can be a 4 anymore because that's a 4, and this right. This 4 extends at most this far, and even in that instance, this is still 1 less. So this is now officially blue. So now I think if this is green, it breaks. Because if these are green, then we know it continues that way. Oh, maybe this is okay? Let's see. If these are both green, that becomes an L, which turns this... No, it doesn't work. If these are both green, then this becomes an L, this becomes an I, and now this is still tetromino, and it can't be anything but an L or an I. I feel like that sounds very complicated when I say it that way, because I think it's pretty complicated, but I don't think this can be tetromino, so I think this is tetromino now. And and this is water, I believe. Which indeed makes this a 3, and this not a 3. So either 1 or 2. Okay, and so we can extend this tetromino. We can extend this tetromino. And then we can extend this tetromino again, and this tetromino again, and these tetrominos are all done. I believe that all seems correct to people, right? I felt slightly iffy about my argument that this couldn't be land. I think it's correct. Okay, so there's definitely more island over here. I don't know if it's going to be the same island. Seven. Row 1, column 10. Sorry, I'm trying to work out this this argument in chat that if this was land, these would both see this. Sorry, this still see that. I don't quite see it without going through the same thing. Let's see. Oh, I guess I know how my 3 finishes now. So 3 over here. It's probably not 2 tetrominos, but one never knows. But I do know I need another island over there for sure. They can't be the same tetromino in column 8, Jay, because then this wouldn't be an integer. As you explained to me a moment ago. That was how I knew these weren't the same. Yeah, so it's going to be at least 3. So it's certainly... Yeah, and it can't be 4 either. So this is 3 or 5 only, I believe. Okay. So this needs to be land, because one of these two needs to be land, and if this one is land, it still makes that land because of the 2x2 rule. So this is a 4 for sure. So now this can't be a 5. It can only be a 3, because I just can't fit that anymore. And if this is a 3, that means all of this is part of one tetromino, and that tetromino has to be a T, because the only other thing it could be is an L, and we've already have an L in this island. Okay. Okay, this is always a 3 because the 3 can only grow sort of in this can't be a this could be a 2 if it grows up. And if it's a 1, then of course these are both 3. Either way is fine. There's a rule about adjacent digits that aren't 4, ABJ. So 4s can be adjacent all they want as long as a 4 island doesn't repeat types of tetromino. Okay, this can't be land because of this arrow. Because if you look at it, this arrow currently is currently seeing an even number of islands. So if this were an island cell, it would see an odd number of islands. So this cell is blue, which means this cell is island. Okay, again, one of these two is land, but I can't do it quite as powerfully there. Ah, yes. Okay, so this cell already sees 4.5 worth of stuff, so this is blue. I agree. Okay, so if there's land here, this would be all land, and then all of this would be land, and then my island would have more than 20 cells because there are only 5 total tetrominos. And so if you count, this would be too many. Let's see, 5, 9, 12 plus 12 is 24. So if there were any land over here, J. Dyer points out, that would immediately imply that that all of this were land, and that's too much land. So in fact, all of this is water, because of how math works. So now one of these two is land, and whichever one it is, that one's definitely land, because if this is land, that needs to be land in order for it to get out, otherwise it's trapped. Likewise, one of these two is land, and whichever one it is, it always makes that land. Okay, and so now I only have room for one tetromino here. And so that tetromino must be an S. Because I only have 7 total cells. I don't have 8, so I can't put an S and a square. So in particular, I can't put a square here. But if I go that direction, I'm just done for. Likewise, I can't fit one there. And if I go this direction, I'm just done for. So I do that, and I get my S. Like that. Okay, so this is a 4 or a 5, depending on whether these two are the same or different. Okay, this being a 3 kind of tells me something. Oh, actually, this number is just countable, isn't it? This number just is a 5, right? It's 1, 2, and then 5. So it's blue. Oh, yes, that is what Josh was telling me when Josh said that row 5, column 9 was countable. Okay, so this number is at least 8 already, for what it's worth. Let's see. Ah, okay. Yes. So Josh is saying this is an integer. And so I have to keep in mind what happens if I make this land, is that I'm going to make this not an integer, because I'm going, if this is land, then this number is exactly 1.5 more than that number, which doesn't work. So this is always water. That's very clever. Okay. See, and I still have all of my, like, one of these two is land, at least, business kinds of things. If that is water. Ah, okay. So if this is water, I need to pay attention to what happens up here, because if this is water, then I need land up here. But as soon as I need land up here, I need two lands up here to keep this being an integer. But I can't have two lands up here if this is water. Basically, either this is all water, in which case this is land, or this isn't all water, in which case this is land, is the point. Because if this isn't all water, it's two tetrominoes. So this is always land. And it has to be the same land as this, because I can't make... I currently have 4 islands already. I can't end up making it so that I see 6 islands unless I subdivide this, this, and this, and that assuredly does not work, because I would be forced to do that. This one would do... I don't think it works. I now need to actually draw it. If all of these are different islands, or different tetrominoes, then I end up forcing... and so this can't be an L, so it'd be forced to be an S. And now this is forced to be an L, and I have 2 L's. Okay, that was slightly more complicated than I thought it was going to be, but it doesn't work. So in other words, I mean, I guess the easy thing to say is this isn't water. That would have been the easy first deduction to make, because if this is water, then definitely this isn't an integer. But in fact, this is all the same tetromino, is what I just argued in a more messy, complicated way. Because if I divide it once, I have to divide it twice in order to make this all work out. So now I can count this, because I know these are all the same. So that's 6, 7, 8. This number here is an 8. Yeah, I probably should put a line through these that says these are all in the same omino, whatever happens. Okay, so now this can be land, but it can't be part of that tetromino, I think. Because if this tetromino does this, now this has to be tetromino again. Oh, no, maybe that could be water. Oh, God, yeah, maybe that could be water in that universe. Actually, I don't think that... Oh, no, it can't be, because that would make this more than 3. Yeah, so if this tetromino extends down like that, it breaks, because I can't make this a 3 unless I make this also an L, and I can't make it more than 3, so that just doesn't work. So I can certainly put an edge there and an edge there, because this number just can't get as big as 5. Uh, so... so now this can't be land, because if it was land, it would be its own land, which would be a problem because it would make this a 1.5. So this is water at the very least. So now if this is land, it looks like that, which is maybe okay. I guess in all instances, this is land, because if this is water, that gives me a 2x2. So this is always land, and that's always land. Oh, right. I can't have any more land over here, because if I have any more land over here, I only have one more piece of land. So in fact, all of that is blue, because we need that to be an integer. Agreed. Okay, that's good. So this certainly isn't a 3, because if it were a 3, it would make 3 ones. Or sorry, it would make... Oh, sorry, no, it would make 2 ones, but the 2 ones would be okay. Those could be 1, 1, and that could be an 8. Never mind. This can be a 3. Yes, the 8 certainly doesn't finish there, so that is an 8. Yeah, 1, 8, 1 would actually be fine. This comes down here. I probably need to argue that this can't be land, although that looks really complicated if it's true. I think I could just make that an S and this an L, and I think this being land would be fine. It would just be a 4. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so I think this very much can be green. This arrow is the point. This arrow tells me that cell has to be land. Because otherwise this arrow will be a non-integer. And so now because of that... In fact, I know what this is. This is just a 4, right? In fact, this is a 4, right? Because it's 1.5 plus 1.5 plus 1. So this is a 4. I can fill in 4s in all of these as well. Oops, I suppose. Okay. I don't know which way my 8 is going yet. So it could come out here as long as it goes back up there some. Okay, I know I need at least one more green in one of these 2 cells. They could both be green and both be the same omino. That would be okay. So if both of these are green and they're in the same omino, then this is a 4. Otherwise, it's a 5, I think, is what I know. Oh, sorry, they can't both be green and be in the same omino. That would break the 8. Right, okay, so that actually is the point here. Right. I don't know which way the 8 escapes, but I know it does escape through one of these. And so that means the minimum this could possibly be is 1.5 plus 1.5 plus 1 plus 1, which is 5. And it's also the maximum it can be. So that is, sorry, that is not land, which means that is land. So we can do that. I could do the border while I'm thinking about it. Okay, and now because of that, that does actually force which way the 8 gets out. The 8 needs to get out even more than that, because technically that's only 6. So that is an 8, which then forces this to be green. So we can finish out our this tetramino. Oops, wrong color. This tetramino. Okay, and the 8 still needs to grow at least one more, so that's definitely a blue 8. Oops, blue 8. This needs to be water because there's not room for a tetromino here. So this needs to be land to 2x2 stuff. This land still needs to grow. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, this 8 now needs to grow backwards for sure. So we've got that at least. Row 6, column 8 is countable. 1, 2. It's 2 or 3. And so that makes this 3 or 4, I believe, based on exactly what happens with this corner. This corner's 1 or 8. I could fill in if you wanted. This is, let's see. This is too big to be land because it already sees a minimum of 4 before I even take into account this cell. And there's no way this is only one. These 3 are all part of the same tetromino. So this is too big to be water. It's a minimum of 5. I do need one of these 2 to be land where this arrow will break for what it is worth. I'll also break this 2x2 of water, I suppose. The 5 grows, right. There we go. Yeah, the 5 now grows. Good spot. So now this is land. Because reasons. And so now I can count 3, 4, 5. So this is a 5 or a 6. In particular, it is blue. And that's green and is a 4. The 5 still needs to grow, so the 5 at least grows to there. Let's see. Yeah, this is still 2 or 3. Okay, what is this now? Right. Okay, so now I do know these 2 are the same omino. So that is 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is now a 5. These are the same omino just because of connectivity reasons now. Okay, so this 2 or 3 is at least 2, so it grows, making it the same as this 2 or 3, which then forces that island to grow over here. So that is my first tetromino of this island. These 2 are the same omino. And this omino can't grow to here, right? Because if it grows to here, it's a 3, but then it's not a 3. So there's always a separation there and there and there. And for that matter, there. So this 5 grows again. Because it's got to grow somewhere. Because if this were a 3, it would look like this, and these 2 arrows shouldn't be the same number, but they would both be 3, Josh, is the problem. Oh, VJ points out I should probably avoid a 2x2 of water, huh? Once I have that. So this is definitely land, which means it's definitely, in fact, a 4, which means this is, in fact, a 3. Because it sees exactly one fewer thing. So we can finish up that, make that blue, all the good things. Okay, and now that that is a 3, I now know that this actually is a 1 up there, which means that this is not 1 anymore. So it's 2 or 3 based on whether that's 1 or not. Oh, do I? Oh, no, I don't know whether this is the 5 or not. Actually, I think that pushes the 8 one further, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So now the 8 needs to take that cell. Which is big for the 5. Because now the 5 grows there, and now this island grows here, and we've grows here, and we've got our tetromino action. So now this 5 grows. But that's pretty spicy because I've got to keep these apart because they cannot merge into a giant 5 omino. So this 5 omino is done. This tetromino grows. This 5 omino grows at least this far, if not further. And certainly doesn't grow to that cell at least. Okay, so if this is island, it's an I. Because it can't be an L. Okay, 5 in these cells, huh? Probably 2 islands. Oh, right. One of these 2 has to be island. Because otherwise I get a 2x2, and therefore that's always island, and that's always island. Okay, there we go. So therefore that is a 5. And we can complete that. Okay, so this is either a 1 or a thing. Okay, so now I probably need 2 islands and a water cell down here, but I don't necessarily know that. It could technically be that all of these are water and separated by... Oh, no. It cannot be that. I was saying it could technically be all of these are water and just separated, but that doesn't work because you'd have to like alternate ones back and forth in a way that sounds... Maybe you wouldn't force a 2x2, but it would be messy. I don't like it. Okay, row 8, column 9. Oh, yes, we can count. Let's count. 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe it is a 6, which is quite exciting because it means that is a 6 as well. Oh, that being a 6 is huge because it forces all of these to be land because otherwise I don't get to 6. So all of those are land and none of them are the same island. Or sorry, none of them are the same omino even, I should say. It's very strange. If this is green, do I have too much? No, because the bay could still sort of extend down there. This is at least 2. Grow there or grow there. Oh, this is land because of the 2x2 rule. How about that? So this is a 4. Oh, wow. Todd has a ridiculous spot, which is that if this is a 2, this whole Ouroboros of water breaks. Because I suppose maybe I should just figure it out as, okay, how many cells are in this Ouroboros of water is probably the more direct way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So the numbers in here need to add to 14, and we know we've got an 8 and a 3, so those add to 11. So the remaining numbers need to add to 3, and so they need to be a 1 and a 2. Excuse me. Excuse me again. So that's a 3 and that's an 8. That seems to make it work, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So that all works out nicely, and that was sort of the way I originally saw it was sort of figuring out that you ended up with 2 1s over here, which seemed uh-oh. I did it wrong. Sorry, did I miscount 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? No, it is 14. 8 plus 3 is 11, so I need 3 more. Which means this has to be a 2, right? How can this be a 3? Doesn't my count end up too big then? What am I doing wrong? Oh, it's the part of the 3 I already have. Oh, for the love of God. Yeah. Okay, yes. So, yeah. So, the problem with this being a... Oh, so this being a 2 just immediately breaks. There's not... sorry, I did it in a really convoluted way. This being a 2 just immediately breaks. If it's a 2, then that's a 2, and it's supposed to be a 3. Sorry, I did this in a really convoluted way. Okay. Got it. I was trying to save on the convolutedness, and I did not succeed. Okay, so that is a 1. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, I did a lengthy look ahead when it turned out that, in fact, a lengthy look ahead was not necessary. There we go. So that works better. Okay. Good. If this is a 4, it's that 4. Okay, it's interesting to note, I know that no pair of these two are in the same omino. There is more water in this column somewhere. Because I know there's 2 islands and 2 water cells. That's one of the water cells. There's 1 more water cell, 2 more islands in column 13. If the water was here, it would be a big problem. I mean, I think the water's probably going to have to be there. Yeah, this can't be water either. So I argued that can't be water. This can't be water either, because it is. If it is, then this water has to connect back. So keep in mind, in this universe, that would be land. Is that true? No, I get 1 2-cell island, so maybe that's not quite true. Never mind. Sorry, there's a little bit. Maybe the thing is this is always water. Yes, this is always water. because if this is that's the way to say it. If this is land, then the problem is as follows. Then it either grows that way, which makes all the rest of this land, or grows this way and makes that land. So as soon as this is land, the entire rest of the column is land because of this weird geometry. And I can't have the entire rest of the column be land. So that's definitely water. This 5 grows. I agree, which then makes this 4 grow. I agree. Let's see. Okay, this number is at least a 3 because it sees an island. And as soon as you see an island, you're at least a 3. But it can't be 5 or 6. So this number is only 3 or 4. Let's see. 9 column 7 is at least 5. I agree. This is a minimum of 5. So it's certainly blue in particular, which makes that green in particular. This cell can't possibly be a 6, right? 6 is too big. Yeah, right. This cell can't possibly be a 6. Because it can see 2 islands for 3, but it would need to see 4 islands in order to be a 6, and it can't be. So this 6 actually has to grow at least that far, which then forces this 4 to finish like that. Which then means the 6 still has to grow because it can take there, but that still has to end up taking that cell. Like that. Okay, so if this is a 3, we have a pretty big problem, because if this is a 3, it extends down the column and then breaks, because if this is a 3, it's supposed to only be looking at 2 islands. So this is a 4. Oh, those are 4s. I didn't write them in. Oh, yes. Or I could have just said this tetromino needs to grow. That would have also worked. But I looked from bottom to top rather than top to bottom, so I saw the more ridiculous thing first. Okay, I do need water in this column somewhere below here, so I think that probably is a 6, but I'm not quite prepared to prove it. I guess this is an I no matter what, but I don't know that that really tells me anything. Oh, I can count this number now, right? It is 3, 4, 5. This number is a 5. Like that. This number is a minimum of 6, I think, because it's 3, 4, 5, 6 already. So this number is definitely blue. Let's see. Oh, yes, this is just a 6 or a 7. That is a very worthwhile thing, because either this is a 5 or it isn't. This is at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is a minimum of 8, so it's definitely blue. this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this in particular is not part of the 5 for sure. This number is countable, isn't it? Yes, this number is a 5. Yeah, this is just a 5. There's no ambiguity about it, I believe. Okay, remember these two are definitely different. These two are definitely different. These two are definitely different. These two together are going to take 8 cells, which means no matter what they do, they're definitely going to touch this one. If they don't ever touch this one, they just can't get to 8 cells. In particular, I suppose maybe an easier way to say it, if this one definitely touches this one. If these two don't touch, then this one can't take either of those cells. And now whatever it does, it's going to cut off this 4 from finishing. So these 3 all mutually touch each other. And none of them are squares. And I think I also know none of them are eyes. I'm not 100% sure I know none of them are eyes. But I might know that none of them are eyes. Oh, maybe this one could be an eye. The bottom one could be an eye. And we could do something like an eye. Oh, actually, maybe I could do I square S L. Okay, so I think there is actually a universe where that sort of ends up working out. But at least these three are all on the same island. I don't know if this 4th one has to be on the same island or not. Let's see. If I try and avoid touching that cell, do I run out of space? Then I do still need to have 2 islands in column 13. That's a good point. So this cell is always island, because if it were water, it would make that island, and that would be a problem. So this is always island. I agree about that. If these two are the same island, then that's also island. If these two are different islands, that would grow there. This might grow there or something. I do need 2 different islands in this column as well. I know it grows without taking that cell. It grows without taking that cell. And so I think, therefore, it always takes this cell, because if it doesn't, then it looks like that, right? Okay, so this cell growing to size 4 without taking that cell means that unless it does this, which it can't, it always takes that cell. So these two are BFFs, and I know they're different from that one. And actually, I can go one further, because these can't all be the same either. So actually, we can go one further over. Oh, Jay Dyer has a good spot, which is that this can't be island because we need to see an even number of islands, and that would make it an odd number of islands, which means this is island to avoid a 2x2. Which then finishes the 5, and this island grows because it has to finish. Let's see, we can do that. Oh, not quite. Almost. This is an L or an I. Let's see. Contemplating where the 6s can grow. Row 8, column 5. Oh, now is countable, right? 1, 2, 5, 6. It is a 6. Agreed. Okay. This is almost countable. So that's 1.53. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8 or 9, I believe. Okay, this 5 definitely touches this thing for whatever it matters. I looked at that, VJ, but it wasn't clear to me that this could not grow only this way, even though I sort of thought it probably needed to grow that way. It can't take that cell for sure. But like that being an L, it might break other stuff over down here if I think about it sort of carefully enough. Let's see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is at most 6, although it being 6 would be a little bit crazy, but oh, sorry, that's not row 9, column 7. That's row 9, column 7. I looked at the wrong row 9, column 7. So we've got 1, and then we've got to have 2 islands in here. So that'll be 4, and so therefore these 2 are the same number. And because they're the same number, they don't have to be the same omino. They could both be 2, I think, without being the same omino. But, oh no, sorry. They have to literally be the same omino because that's what it's counting. Sorry. It's literally counting being the same omino. So these 3 are all part of the same omino. And everything else here is either also part of that omino or land. And so therefore this cell's always land, right? Because I need at least 2 different islands. And the only, I guess technically this could like come over through here maybe. So maybe that's not quite true. It would be ridiculous, but it's possible. This arrow needs water, right? So that water could be here or could be here. Oh, but if this is water, that has to be water too. Because I can't have a third island interloping in there. So this is always water, is Joao's point. And so that is my 4. And we end up with that arrangement. Okay, so this is tiny. It's a 1, 2, or 3, just because it's not part of the 5 or the 6. Uh, uh, I do need one of these at least to be land. Could all of these be land? Yes, I think they could. Uh, yeah, I think that's possible. I feel like there's still a little bit of optionality for down here, unless I am missing something silly, which is eminently possible on this channel. Okay, and this can extend only right, I think. Let's see. The last rule is a hell of a rule, that's for sure. Let's see, it's very interesting in terms of its implications. If this is a 4, there's an awful lot of water in the bottom row. I've been trying this whole time to like use water connectivity, but I have not been able to figure out a meaningful way to use water connectivity. I mean, I'm sure I've used it a few times, but I have not really sort of focused on it. See, VJ says if this goes down, tetrominos get trapped. So yeah, if this goes down, keep in mind these two are different tetrominos. So basically these 3 tetrominos need to all escape somehow. And so if this, so I guess maybe this just needs to take that cell is maybe what I should say. Because if this doesn't take that cell, then this takes that cell. And now this is this 4 of a kind. This is straight. Maybe I'm not quite getting it. Let's see. So I'm saying, imagine this doesn't go left. Hey Vish, how are you doing? Then now I know that. Okay, let's see. So VJ says, look at that direction. I don't quite see this. So this thing now, right, can't go left 2, right? Because if it goes left 2, because I know these two go together. So this would always have to go down 1 more. And now this is a problem because now these are completely okay. Okay, so yeah, that is a very cute deduction. So yeah, because if this grows left at all, it finishes. Sorry, that's not true. But if it grows left 2, it finishes. So if this goes down at all, therefore it goes down 2, and it going down 2 definitely breaks these things. So it can't go down at all. That is a very cute setup there. And so, oops, so that's a 4. And so now this is done by that argument. It breaks because I know these two are different tetrominoes, Joao. And so in fact, these 3 are different tetrominoes is the reason why, because of that clue. So yeah, it breaks forbidden knowledge that we had otherwise. Okay, so if this doesn't take that cell, then this is going to bend this way. I don't quite see what to do with that. The 6 finishes. Good. Thank you, Laura. Okay, this cell now always needs to take this because... oh, sorry, no, that's not true. We could do that full-on 4 thing like that. Oh, actually, we have to do that because this 4 actually tells me now this is green, and these 2 are the same omino. And this... Oh, sorry, no. So this is a 1 or a 2. If this is an L, then this is water. Oh, I know whether this is an 8 or a 9 now, I guess. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it has to be a 9, and this has to be water in order to make that work, which means that this is green to avoid a 2x2. Which seems handy. Row 9, column 9. Ah, yes, it can't see any more islands to the left. That's a good point, because if this saw any more islands, it would need to see only islands. And so this island might extend as far as here, but these are definitely water because of that. That is a very good spot. If this 5 doesn't take this cell, it's going to be doing something very strange. Oh, yeah, definitely has to. Because if the 5 doesn't take this cell, then the 5 has to come down at least there. And now I've got 3 tetrominoes and 9 cells. So the 5 has to go there. And I think I can argue this more elegantly. If these 3 tetrominoes together... Oh, no, not quite. I was trying to sort of argue that there's this like 12 cells down here, and so sort of like that's 12 worth of tetromino that fit in that sort of either fit in or expand out of this 12, and the only way to get out is through there. But unfortunately, that being green sort of breaks that argument. Ah, right. This needs to see 2 islands. There we go. This needs to see an even number of islands. So that's an island. And this is a 4 now, because those two need to be different. Great spot. So this is a 4. So it's green. Do I know that this 5 doesn't do this? I probably do. But maybe I don't. It's vaguely possible. Row 12, column 11. How so? Row 11, column 11. This would be an S. That would be a 2. This would be a 4. It looks okay to me. Oh, no. That merges those two. I can't do that. Okay, yeah. So the 5 can't extend that far because it merges those two, and I'm not allowed to merge these two. These two are different. So the 5 has to come back here, which means the 4 has to come back here. So we end up with that. Okay. Sadly, there's no way this repeats that shape. Okay, I now think that this being green is going to be a problem. Because it's going to make it's going to make an island of size 20 that's going to need to include every possible shape, and I don't think it possibly can. Because if this is green, I'm going to have an island that contains 5 different tetrominoes. And which of them is possibly going to be a square? None of them are going to be a square, right? So this can't be green for that reason. So that is blue. It doesn't necessarily make it part of the 5, but it does mean that this 4 now definitely has to take this cell down there. Okay, and so now these two are different. So this one, in fact, actually has to take that cell over down there. Okay. So this now is a square. Because there's nothing else it can be. Those are the only cells it can take, right? So these are both 4s, and we can make that like that. Of course, these are different. And so now that is my last 4 over for this one. So that's an I. And now this one is an L. Like that. Okay, good. And now I think this can't be tetromino, because if this is tetromino, the tetromino runs out to here, and then it has to be an I or an L. So this is now water, and so that's water, because the water has to connect. Oops. Now, row 10, column 13. Yes, this is a 1 now. We won't use that it is the last one. So one of these two is definitely land for what it is worth. They're not both land for what it is worth. So one of these is land and the other is a 9. And so in particular, in the most convoluted way possible, one of these is land and one of these is 9, so neither of them is a 5. And so the 5 has to grow to the left. I feel like I've never said that kind of sentence before in one of these puzzles, but I think it's true in this particular instance. So this is going to be an S or a T. This is a land 9 pair. So this is a land 9 pair as well. And therefore these are also a land 9 pair. And that one so sort of like in chasing this land 9 pair out. Oh, actually, sorry. Let's do this. I was going to do this in a much more convoluted way than I needed to, because that just by the avoid a 2x2 will do it. I was going to say this had to be a 4 and then do it backwards that way because of my land 9 pair growing out to here, but that is now a little bit silly. So that is blue, so that is green, so that is blue, and that is blue, and that is green. So these are 4s. These are for sure 9s. I don't know if that's a 9 or not yet. I know there's a land in here at least. So this is at least 3, 4. It's at least 4, but could be larger. Let's see. It's at least 4. Okay, so this is never water, because it's already bigger than that. It's already 4, but I have extra cells to count. So there we go. Yes, the 9 definitely grows further. That's true. Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so the 9 still has to grow. And since the 9 grew, now that has to be the island that this sees. So now this 9 again has to grow, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so, oops, 8. And now that finishes as, this tetromino. Okay, and that finishes the 5. Like that. And now this can't be green because it would merge 2 tetrominos. So that is green. And this blue escapes. So we get that. That was cute. The 6 escapes now. Oops. This was a 9, recall. This number here is either 4 or 5. And one of these at least is water. There needs to be an extra island in here. So if there's an extra island in here, then that means that this is something like 6, 7, or 8. I don't necessarily want to do that. This can't be a 5, can it? Yeah, this is min 6. Maybe only just. I was thinking that this being a 5 would force the water to escape in a way that wouldn't work. Oh, the water couldn't even escape that. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 5, it doesn't work. Because if this is a 5 and I make that cell water, that doesn't work. Because that forces a 2x2 of water. So if this is a 5, the only way it works is to make all of those 5s, except this is already more than 5. So this is a 4. And that being a 4 tells me that that is a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so, yeah, there's one more cell that is part of the 9. Let us see. Oh, let's see. This 4 pointing up here is interesting. So yeah, I guess the question is, are there 2 islands or are all of these different kinds of sea? Different kinds of sea seems very difficult to me to make work without creating a 2x2 of water, but I don't think I know it's literally impossible. I note if this is a 5, then that makes that a 4, which would then take this shape, which would force that out, which would make that go there, and all of that works, I think. Oh, okay, yeah, there's an arrow here that is a 6, so I have to, as Laura says, put water in the rest of the row, because if I put any more islands, then I wouldn't have room for any water, and I know there's some water. And so then that creates some 2x2 possibilities, so I have to avoid my 2x2 possibilities. In fact, I know there's exactly 2 water segments over here. Let's see, yeah, this goes one way or the other. Okay, so now that there's 1 land on this diagonal, I know there's 2 lands on this diagonal. So is it possible that that's water? I don't think so, because I don't think there's... Right, okay, yeah, so, if that's land, let's just imagine that this is land. How does it grow? And the answer is it grows like that, which forces this to grow like that. And now, if this doesn't take this cell, we have a problem. Because if this doesn't take this cell, then it does that, and my tetromino doesn't finish, so it definitely takes that cell. But now I have a problem, which is that I have... they can't... Oh, so what I'm actually proving... I'm actually proving this can't be water. Because this could be land as long as they join. But anyway, you see how that isolates this water cell. So this has to be land, is the point. But you're right, these could be both islands, as long as they're both part of the same island. Yeah, what's true is these can't be different islands, because it isolates this water cell in a way that I could think I can see in my head, but is a little complicated. So that is definitely... Oh, and in fact, this has to be island, because of course this can't be water, because if this was water, then I would not get the right total, right? So this is island, and we do get that all of that is part of the same island. I'd end up getting a 5 for this instead of a 4 if it worked the other way. Okay. So now I know how my 9 finishes. Because I've got to finish it. And we can finish it there. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Boop. Okay, this cell, this 4 island can't be an L because it will touch an L. And so therefore it can't take that cell. And it can't be an S either, because that would isolate a water. So basically, I suppose the point is that can't be water, because if that's water, it definitely breaks connectivity. And so now one of these 2 is... Oh, yeah, this water is actually a bay, so the bay has to get out. Thank you, David. David saw it in a slightly more elegant way than I did. Okay, so that makes that water as well. Okay, so we can go ahead and do that. Okay, and so now this finishes up there. I could make all of those 4s. Oops, make all of those 4s. Mark that as done. And now this has to be water either because I can't fit a tetromino there or because the water has to connect. Take your pick of your favorite proof. This is now 1, 4, 5, 8. This is now an 8. Oops. By counting, I believe. So that is also part of the 8. Okay, this can't be land, because if this were land, this would be not an integer. So that is definitely water, because of the fact that it already sees an even number of island cells. So that grows both of these islands, which is helpful, presumably. Okay, so this cell is now either a 3 or a 4, based on what happens with this island. If this island goes, if this tetromino goes up by 1, then this is a 4. Sorry, this is 4 or 5. 4 or 5 based on whether this is water or not. Let's see. With this coming out here. So if this is green, it is part of this land, is one of the things I have to keep in mind. Do I have any arrows I have not used? Yes, this 4 arrow I have not used. So this 4 arrow actually tells me that these are both island. That is the clue I have not, well, a clue I have not looked at. Because I can't have, technically this 6 I think could do exactly that. So I think what it tells me is that that's definitely island. So that makes that a 4, which makes that part of that. All of these are 4s. Sorry. All of these are 4s. And I know that my thing extends at least up that far. Also, if that's what happens, that is going to be like absolutely crazy, but it's possible. Oh, no, it can't do that. That would just break this this little piece here. So it can't actually do that. We don't have to worry about the like, the 6 gets passed through twice thing, because then that would break this island. Okay, so this does have to be island for what it is worth. Okay, so now my 8. Okay, well, that's not an 8. I will go ahead and assure you that is not an 8. Could be a 4. Oh, in fact, it has to be a 4. If you look at it, it's at least 4. But it can't be larger than 4 because it can't finish. So this has to be a 4. And that being a 4 actually does mean we do exactly the kind of crazy thing I just suggested, which is that we have the same 8 sort of passed through twice. Which is always tricky in these puzzles when you're allowed to do exactly that thing. But there's our 8 done. Okay. And two of these three I know are the same island. And the same tetromino. I guess I don't actually know that these two aren't the same. Or that these two aren't the same. Yeah, I think both are possible, actually. Uh, this 5, I know, sees only islands in this water omino, for what it is worth. So that probably makes this that, but I guess it could sort of meander around in a weird way. The 6 definitely goes up. That is very helpful to note. Which means my 4 does that and finishes. Okay. So now my 5 here still needs to see another island in one of those two cells, I suppose. I was trying to decide if it was possible that this is land. Because if this is land, then of course that's land. And I can't then make this land because it would have to make an L or an I. And if I make an L, I've repeated. And if I make an I actually force a second I. So it would actually have to be that S if this is land. And that S would force a second S touching it if you look at what happens to this. So it's a little bit look-aheady, but there's no way that this is land, I believe, because I think it would force a repeat. Here's a much easier proof. If this is water, then that's land. And that's a problem. So there's a much, much easier proof. So this is always land. Is just a question of how. Okay, so row 3, 4, column 4. Yes, so these are together, right? Agree. Same omino. Okay, so these are not all one giant omino. Okay, so how many ominoes are over here? I was trying to see if I knew this wasn't green, because it would force me to connect 6 ominoes together, and I think that might be true. I think if this is green, I think I'm forced to join all of this into a giant monstrosity. But it's possible that maybe I could just get away with some weird combination, but I don't think so. I think if this is green, I think it does cause problems. But I'm just being slightly annoyed that this could just be one pair of ominoes, and then I could have a bunch of water floating around or something. I would eat a polyomino-shaped cereal. Okay, and I know... No, there's no more water, right? So, So along this diagonal, there's no more bodies of water, but I could repeat this. But this can't be water anymore, because if this was water, it would need to connect to that while still leaving a space for an island, which is no longer possible. So this now is land for sure. Oops, sorry, 4. Which finishes the 6. Yeah, so this being land doesn't work anymore. Because if this were land, it couldn't be a T, and if it were an S, it would force a second S, which is now a lot nicer than when I did that argument before for something that was actually much easier. So this is not, in fact, land. Okay, now this can't be an L, so it can't... so if it can't be an L, I think that means it has to take this cell, because if it doesn't take this cell, it is an L. Sorry, I'm assuming these two are linked, and maybe I don't actually know that those two are linked. Never mind. Oh, let's see. Let's remember. Yeah, there's only 2 ominoes between these cells for what it's worth. So either these two are in the same omino or these two are in the same omino. Oh, only one. Let's count land cells, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 2 more land cells, right? So yeah, so I need exactly 2 more land cells in here just to make this possibly work, right? So if I need 2 more land cells, then only 1 more water cell, and that certainly isn't the water cell. So that's certainly land. And then this is a water land pair. Let's see. And I can't do any more L's now that that's connected. So this can't be an L. So it can only be a T or an I. So I guess what that tells me is that it doesn't connect to that. Yes. If this is water, it does force a second L. Okay, so that's land. That's water. And that now does indeed force this to adopt this shape. So that's now an I. Yeah, I think we probably need an O. Yeah, I can't do anything that involves 3 in a row like this anymore, because a 3 in a row like this either becomes an I or an L, and we can do neither. So this has to connect to the left, no matter what. And then it's going to finish either as an S or a T, but it's certainly not going to finish as a T, because all 3 of these are now together, because they're not going to join this. So all 3 of these are together, but together with what? They're now going to be that. So that's going to force all of that arrangement. Oh, and that. Okay, good. We've got our tetrominoes. Okay, so we must figure out how big each of these things is. Okay, the 5 isn't going to help anymore. uh, uh, two, yeah, we've already marked that, right? Or is there a different 5 diagonal I'm missing? I think that's correct. So Josh says this can't grow right. And yes, if this grows right, now because there are three things, as soon as this grows right, I force this arrangement, except this is now a 3 or a 4, and neither way works because it's touching a 3 and a 4. So it can't grow right. That does indeed force that these are 2s. Which then forces this to not be a 2. So it is, in fact, therefore forced to be a 3. Like that. And now this thing can't have 3s or 4s, so it looks like it can all be 5. Right. These 3 have to grow, and they can't grow to be a 4, so they have to grow to be a 5. And there we go. That was a very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. There were a lot of neat twists and turns in sort of all the different flavors of logic that we got baked in there. So I quite enjoyed that. Thank you, MazeGator, for making that. I believe MazeGator said they were inspired by the setting stream we did where we made sort of a like Yaslin Philomeno that was vaguely, although not incredibly similar to this. But this is a very cool idea. I liked how often we got to use the you can't repeat tetromino shapes on an island. That was a very fun bit of kit to get to use in this puzzle. Alrighty, but with that, I am going to go ahead and head off to lunch. So thank you to everyone for hanging out and doing puzzles today. I'll be back again on Friday. We did have Math Pesto as a guest on Friday and did some banger puzzles the previous Friday. So if you missed Math Pesto's guest appearance and you want to see a rabbit and a dog and a porcupine named Persimmon, sorry, not a porcupine, not a porpoise either. What pea animal is it? I can't believe I remember the persimmon and now I can't picture the name of the animal. Well, if you want to see a stuffed animal named Persimmon, you can go back and watch the VOD if you missed it at the time. But anyway, thank you to everyone, by the way, who supports the stream. We greatly appreciate all the donations and support we get in whatever form. If you would like to donate to the stream, become a member, get the green screen name, get to vote on what puzzle we start with, even at some levels, get to suggest puzzles, whatever crazy stuff you want. If you want to do that, you can find out all of that by clicking the little dollar icon down at the bottom of your chat window. And do please like the stream. That is something you can do that costs you nothing, but a little bit of muscle use. So thank you to everyone who does support the stream. Please consider it if you like the stream and you have the means to do so. And last but not least, thank you to all of our turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all so much. I'll see you all real soon. But thanks for watching. Bye for now.